Hello and good morning to all. I apologize for the late start. We were giving the remaining teams a few moments to arrive to the competition. Welcome to the open category presentations of our iCode784 competition. I also extend a welcome to our viewers who are watching via our YouTube channel NTRC SVG. At this time, I ask that everyone would bow your head and close your eyes as NTRC's Executive Assistant, Ms. Shannon Batiste, gives us the opening prayer.
Please stand for prayer. Reverence to God. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Dear Lord, dear God and eternal Heavenly Father, I thank you, Lord, for waking us up this morning, clothed in our right minds, for safe travel that brought us all here to the final day of the preliminary round judging for our iCode784 competition. Lord, I pray that everything will go smoothly today, that the teams will present to the best of their abilities, and that the judges will have good advice to give to them, Lord. I pray that we have no technical difficulties and that everything goes smoothly. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing. At this time, we'll have the national anthem. Please be seated. We will now have NTRC's Public Relations Officer who will be giving us the introduction of the judges.
Good morning. I will now introduce to you Miss Emma Jackson. Emma Jackson's working career began as a teacher obtaining a teaching certificate with the University of the West Indies in 1996. She studied multimedia technology and design with Brunel University of West London, UK, and graduated in 2001. In 2002, she started work with the Ministry of Telecommunications, Science, Technology, and Industry as a systems analyst. She was assigned to assist with the formulation of the official government website, which was launched in October 2004, and the intranet in December 2005. Mrs. Jackson has undergone various training in information technology, project management, and leadership training crucial to carrying out her duties. Presently, she is the Deputy Director of the Public Sector Reform Unit in the Service Commission Department. One of her duties is to assist the ministries and departments with various reform initiatives aimed at transforming the delivery of quality service throughout the public sector. Mrs. Emma Jackson. Mr. Cenas Hines. Cenas Hines is the founder of Conservi Inc., a software company that is the parent company for the Carriway, a tourism agency that focuses on local tourism, including kayaking, snorkeling, target shooting, and more. Carriway is also the #1 reviewed tour agency in St. Vincent on Google Maps. Cenas had his start at presenting business ideas at iCode784, known as the I-Squared competition, after which he went on to represent the country in multiple entrepreneurship conferences and competitions across the Caribbean and Latin America. He has won the awards of Most Innovative Startup in regional competitions held in the Dominican Republic and Grenada. Mr. Cenas Hines. Mr. O'Connor Graham. O'Connor Graham is the IT professional currently employed at the Musty Company Limited's network as a network administrator for the past 5 years. Prior to this, he was attached to the company as an IT consultant, focusing on a wide range of IT responsibilities. He holds a bachelor's degree in computing and law from the University of Derby, United Kingdom, which had a heavy focus on computer programming, application development, video game development, and information systems management. He is the founder of his own company, Anaco, which develops mobile and web application development projects, and is also a lover of learning new things in technology. Mr. O'Connor Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walter. At this time, we would welcome NTRC's Consumer and Public Relations Manager, who will give us the opening remarks along with the outline of the rules.
Pleasant good morning to everyone, staff members present, judges, participants, and our partners, as well as our online viewers on YouTube. Welcome to the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission's 2020 iCode784 competition open category preliminary event. We have been hosting this competition for 8 years, and we are happy once again to bring to you the platform to showcase your technological talents while enhancing the development of our country. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we had the secondary category where students from various schools across the island presented their innovative ideas and showcased their mobile applications. So for today, we have the open category for persons under the age of 35 years old. As per previous years, the competition is open to students enrolled in secondary or tertiary education institutions in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as non-students who are under the age of 35. The focus for this year's competition will also be on the development of mobile apps and ideas that can facilitate the implementation of new systems or improve existing systems within both the private and the public sectors of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The top teams from both the secondary category and the open category will then progress to the finals, which will take place on November 17, 2020. The rules of the preliminary round are as follows. Teams entering the open category of the competition are only allowed to create mobile applications for the public or the private sector. A team should consist of no more than 4 participants and a minimum of 2 participants per team. Students from tertiary education institutions, such as the community college, are only allowed to participate in the open category of the competition. The age limit for participants entering the open category is 35 years. Participants in the open category of the competition are not required to have an official mentor. Participants are not allowed to use ideas that are already in place in theory or practice in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Participants are required to view the past entries database to avoid any duplications of entries and to guide you on how to make your presentation during the competition. Participants are required to visit the business of their choice in the private sector or department in the public sector to which their mobile applications apply and conduct their research to properly present their findings. Participants must display a keen understanding of the business in the private sector or department in the public sector to which they are proposing the changes to be made to. Please note that the NTRC will not be covering costs for non-students from Grenadine Islands who make it to the finals to visit a business department to conduct their research. All costs will be incurred by the non-students to visit the business or department in question to conduct their research. And please note that all participants in the competition must visit the business of their choice in the private sector or department in the public sector to conduct their research. In the interest of protecting the rights of participants, registration forms consist of copyright protections must be signed and completed in full. This will allow the participants to sell, lease, or license their ideas or mobile applications to any person or entity to continue to use and develop the idea or mobile application in any format after it has been submitted and implemented. All visual aids used in the form of PowerPoints, etc., must be submitted by 9 a.m. on the morning or the day before the event to the NTRC's office. Teams who fail to do this will not be allowed to participate in the competition. The following are the guidelines for making your presentations for mobile applications for the open categories of the preliminary phase of the competition. Each team has 7 minutes to present. A buzzer signals the beginning of the presentation. After 5 minutes have passed, another buzz will be sounded. When the 7 minutes are up, 2 buzzes will be sounded. If a team is not yet finished after 7 minutes have elapsed, then they would be allowed to continue. However, at the 8-minute mark, 3 buzzes will be sounded. This is to alert the team that they have to stop their presentation. After the initial presentation, there will be a 5-minute round of questioning from the panel of judges. A buzz will sound the beginning of this round of questioning, and after 4 minutes have passed, another buzz will let the judges know that they should not ask any more questions. However, if a team is answering a question, they would be allowed to finish. A buzz will then signal the end of this round of questioning. I would like to wish each and every one of here to you presenting the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. At this time, we will begin this morning's competition with the team AgriPlace. Please welcome them.
2000? Yeah, that's fine. Good morning. There is currently a problem within the agricultural sector, and this is one of poor communication and lack of networking. As a result of this problem, there's incohesion between the various members of the agricultural sector. Due to this problem, my colleague and I have come up with a solution, and it is AgriPlace. AgriPlace is a social networking app that would provide efficient networking for the various members of the local agricultural sector, and they are namely our farmers, our fishers, our marketplace vendors, traders, and most importantly, our buyers.
AgriPlace will revolutionize the way that we think of agriculture by creating a common space for the local agricultural community, rather. They can be aware of market trends by looking up the price and availability of local produce, as well as see the locations of where they can obtain them. Likewise, did you know that there are no other local service like the AgriPlace app? That's right. AgriPlace is a unique technological implementation of its time. Now, here are some public critiques based on our research.
So based on our research and based on the video you have just seen, we decided to use mobile technology based on the advantages that it offers. First of all, when you use a mobile app, it increases the flow of information. It increases information flow, as well as it increases the networking of the members of the community, the agricultural community, and most of all, it can actually cause planned farming, effective planned farming. Based on our research, the key issues that we found were that farmers complain of highly unstable prices. For example, tomatoes can, within the very same year, range from $3 per pound to as high as $15 a pound. We also noted that there was spoilage. At times, the farmers would produce too much of one produce, and as a result, they would not be able to get these produce sold, and then they would be wasted. Also, consumers also complained of being uninformed of the regular price changes and the availability in produce. How does AgriPlace intend to fix these problems? Well, first of all, the app offers a feature that would allow all participants to track the local market prices up to date. It would allow the users to know when certain products are available and in season, as well as where they are and where these sellers are in what vicinity.
In addition to our public critique, as you have seen, we did a questionnaire which had 52 respondents. And based on this, it was shown that a whopping 88.5% of them thinks that it is beneficial to find out local market prices and availability. So the solution that AgriPlace provides is indeed relevant. After all, agriculture deals with food, and food is a basic need. Technical feasibility. The development tools we intend to use are C# for the coding language, our cross-platform network to ensure functionality on both iOS and Android will be Xamarin.Forms, the front-end development tool to ensure that where we'll actually be doing our coding is Microsoft Visual Studio 2019, and our backend database for storing user information will be Microsoft Azure Structured Query Language. These safety measures we intend to implement to ensure privacy of user information will be, first of all, that of authorized access to the database. Not everyone, if not only the developers can access the database, this would prevent against leak of information into the public domain. In addition to that, we'll have verification checks, especially in logging in, to ensure that the wrong person does not have access to information they should not have. Our user interface intends to incorporate different things that would ensure that it is simple and easy to use. These include comfortable and contrasting text and background with easy scannability, optimization of visual content, such as the use of clear labels and familiar icons, as well as avoid unnecessary elements to fluster users while they're using the app. Striking a balance between color, style, and presentation would ensure that we have an aesthetically pleasing design. The app will primarily have 3 features based on what the user expects it to do, which of course is to see market trends. A trader's interface. This would allow vendors and traders to control information on their business. A consumer interface, which will allow consumers to find information of the product and see where they can obtain them. And a producer's interface, which will allow producers to control the flow of information on their products.
To end our presentation, I would like to end with a quote from Albert Einstein, and it is, "No problem can be solved from the same level of thinking that created them." And what this means is that in order to solve this problem within the agricultural sector, we must be innovative. We must integrate new technologies, and we should integrate AgriPlace. We thank you.
We will now have our 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
Good morning. Okan here. Good presentation. I like the use of the video interview with the fishermen they were.
Fishers and farmer.
Okay. Well, I know you obviously would have spoken to them, but I do have a question though. You know, typically the persons who will be farmers or fishermen, they wouldn't have time for, you know, using apps and that sort of thing, or their knowledge of those type of things might be limited. How would you look to try to market the app itself to them? Because there might be a gap in them trying to pick up the app.
Actually, when we were doing our research, we also determined if they would be interested in the app. So far, we have not received any negative responses in terms of wanting the app to be successful and so forth. However, there were limitations in that we noted that persons, especially above the age of 50, they were unable to use, a lot of them, not most, all, I should say, they were unable to use smartphones. However, below 50, practically everyone said that they could use apps such as WhatsApp and Facebook. So there is usability there. Persons are interested, and how we intend to go about marketing it is we intend to advertise it based on the benefits. So we want to say that there's stable prices. For example, with the fishermen, they complain that they couldn't find certain customers within certain areas, such as the Grenadines. They might not know when Mustique wants tuna. So if we could have an interface for the customers to post this information and they can find this out, then the fishers would obviously be very interested, as one of them had said, because this means money. This is their market. They all need money, and that's why they're doing their job. So in terms of marketing, that's the aspect that we're aiming at. In terms of consumers, we want to target them in terms of being updated on when certain things are available. Maybe hotels would say something is too scarce and they're looking for it, so that they could put it out there and get this through an app. Very simply, they don't have to go about calling and stressing. So that's how we intend on marketing, via the benefits.
In addition to what my colleague said, interacting with some of the farmers, in terms of usability, as most of them are older, they do not think this is necessarily a problem, as they have noted that younger generations are also getting into agriculture. And since farmers, since farmers are fishers, in the agricultural sector, you see a lot of people working together, and they think that the young people could help them understand better of how to use the app, and this would reduce the gap in terms of usability. Yeah.
Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I had to ask because I'm not exactly sure. Would this be a private enterprise, or would you be looking to go along with Ministry of Agriculture, etc.?
We intend to work along with the Ministry of Agriculture. We already have we have been contacting them to create our presentation and give us information and stuff like that. I'll also have access on people who we can interview and things like that. So this app would be working in the public domain, working along with the Ministry of Agriculture, yes.
What about quality checks? Because if I want carrots, for instance, some persons who would be doing the quality checks to say these products are, to a certain standard, because I'd hope that if I check this app, I notice the quality that I'm going to get.
That was actually one of the limitations that we had, since we wanted to involve small-scale farmers. However, there would be a review section that would allow persons to give feedback. So if farmers intend on basically tricking the system and selling bad products, you could actually have the customers commented and given a negative feedback that would let everyone else know that, okay, this person has been doing bad by us, and I would not recommend them to you. So that way we can safeguard against bad practices.
How would the sales be made?
The sales would actually not be made via the app. The purpose of the app is really for just the information, to get the connection and the communication aspect. It is not the market in itself, it's really just the networking for the market.
Thank you very much, AgriPlace. At this time, we will welcome the team, Dem Island Boys. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. We are Dem Island Boys, and today we represent to you a mobile application called Quick Jobs. Quick Job is just a mobile application that provides employment opportunities to members of our island. More or less jobs that are small and effective, sometimes jobs that require skills for a person that you don't normally find on a day-to-day basis. Whereas you might be at home, your sink, something wrong with your sink, and you want a plumber. The normal way of having to go do that, you might have to go and post on Facebook. Any plumbers on here, then the persons who may be following you may not be like, okay, I don't know any plumber or so forth or whatnot. They may not share your post, they may not get out, and you would not get someone to fix the sink. And then now you may have somebody that does plumbing, and then now you have to wait until that person contact that person to then give you information to then come back to you. So then there's a delay, and there's no guarantee that you would get stuff like that done. All right? So the aim of this application is to more or less provide employment. It is also a centralized location for that type of information. So when you're on Facebook, there's not really the guarantee that you're gonna find these kind of things. So you might come along, somebody will be like, you hear about that job opportunity, you'll be like, what? They wanted plumbers. Oh no, you didn't see it in time, that kind of thing. So you have one location dedicated for that type of thing. An application, it simply does that, jobs available, you're that kind of person, we got you for it. as I already went through some of the issues where, jobs are hard to find in today's market, there's also high cost of advertising as well, because to also reach people that you may want to find, you have to pay for that sort of thing. And not everybody may just be able to just dish out funds to say, well, okay, yes, I want to reach these persons and so forth. And of course, the solutions that the app will provide, it allows persons to find skilled work in any field. It allows you to provide a nationwide reach for businesses that may want in jobs or gigs completed free of charge. It is a platform that provides opportunities for persons who have difficulty in finding, the technical, vocational, contract, or short-term jobs. Also, the advantage of the quick jobs with the instant reach, because when persons have that mobile application, right, you sign up as somebody who does, let's use this employment example. When the person on the other end who wants someone just post and say, I need a plumber, you will get that instant notification, that instant reach to say, well, yes, the one plumber. You can also then book for that service. And then now the application also allows you to send your location by choice. That's if you need it, right? And then the person now could then go and pick up that person to then come and do the service. You pay, and that's it. Our target audience.
Yeah, so our target audience is basically everybody in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Say something goes wrong today, your washing machine goes bad, your sink goes bad, you need some woodwork done. You basically just go on the app and you can either advertise yourself as a plumber, or you can ask for a plumber and you can pay them by their rates or whatever. So this is our preview of how the app would look. This is the app live in development. So when you enter the screen, you will be presented with a list of people doing jobs. So these are the people advertising, their rates, their location. You can see all of these things. And there will be another screen now where you can go and search for someone, and you can use the in-app chat to basically talk to them and find out if they're available and if they're ready to come at the job, and then basically complete the job. So next. So the app was built in React Native using Expo as the ecosystem, with GraphQL as the query API and mutation, using Firebase for phone authentication and various different types of storage. The main database would be MariaDB, using SQLize as the handler, with ESLint and Babel as the basic as development dependencies.
Thanks.
So yeah, that's it basically.
Any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation. Just to be clear, the work is an advertising platform for workers.
Advertising and finding. Say I am a plumber, I can advertise myself, and say I want a plumber, I can go and find a plumber.
Where's the fee? Is there a fee for finders fee?
No, the app will be free at first, because we want to basically help St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This app will not cost us much to make, because we do our development in-house and we're good at it. We have our own servers and everything. So we will present this for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then in the future, we would have a payment fee of just advertising. Say I'm a plumber, I would pay like $10 to advertise myself a month, but that would be in the future. The app will be completely free at first.
Okay. Would there be reviews on works done or performed by each of those persons?
Yeah.
So that I can make a comparison between the different plumbers that.
Yeah, there will be a comments, reviews, and rating section for each individual.
Morning. Is there going to be an authorization process for persons wanting to complete jobs? So, for example, somebody want to again scam the system, and they just want to, I don't know, they might have some nefarious plans. Are you going to have some sort of way where you would, validate what persons are advertising themselves to be a profession in?
Yes, we are going to validate that the person exists, but for their profession itself, we will go with word of mouth for now, and then it will be up to the user to actually determine, like, if they are good or not.
Because to add, in reality, in today's world, when you're finding somebody to do the job, there's no guarantee that you know the person can do the job. There's just somebody, oh, sorry. There's just somebody that, you know, they would say, okay, I could fix a pipe for you. I could wire your house for you. There's no really guarantee that the person could actually do it. I mean, nowadays, you might look for certifications to prove that, but at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that the person could actually do it.
But quick question, but that seems to be like a problem that exists now. Wouldn't it be a good suggestion for you to solve that problem up front?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, no transactions would be, at least from the start, no transactions would be taking place on the app.
Not from the start.
Okay, so I want a plumber, they come and I pay the plumber cash.
Yeah, based on their rates, yeah.
Do notifications cost money?
No.
They don't.
No, notifications don't cost money. The cost of running this app would probably be like $10 a month US. So that's fine for us.
That's granted that you have not that much traffic. I assume if traffic starts to increase, that monthly price does increase also.
It depends if you use and if you outsource your servers or not. Say I have a server for over 10 years now, paying $6 a month. I run over 10 different websites with thousands of traffic, game websites, all those things on one server. So it really depends. If you get millions of users, yeah.
But yeah, just to add one recommendation also to what my colleague was saying. Whereas it may be great to say we're not sure how people, the qualifications of people. One of the things I've realized, just in business in general, when someone goes on your app to find a plumber, they're not, most of the times they don't feel like they're doing business with the plumber. They feel like they're doing business with you because they're going to leave the review on the app. If something happens, they're coming to you and they're going to want a solution from you and they're coming down your throat. So that's maybe a vetting process would be pretty cool to have, just to make sure that you have a certain quality available on the app.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you very much. Our next team that would be presenting will be the team Sparks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tobray Lewis, and this is my partner, Natonia Sherman, and we are Sparks. So the problem we have noticed that elderly persons and physically disabled have a hard time getting around to and from events and their appointments. Regular buses can be quite a hassle, having to struggle with impatient van drivers and cramped sitting space. Loved ones and caretakers may not be fully equipped to deal with transporting said persons. Now, the solution that we have is the IMTS app, bringing travel to those that need them. So this is an already established business that we're creating the app for. The aim of this is to let patients and clients of IMTS have an easier time making and keeping track of appointments and payments, all with a simple user interface. So this is a little bit about the targeted business, Islandwide Medical Transportation Services Incorporated, or simply IMTS. They have well-trained caring professionals, and they provide non-emergency wheelchair access vans and non-ambulance stretcher transportation services. They are located in Arnoldsville, and these are some of the services that they provide. Targeted audience would be those listed here: elderly persons, those physically handicapped, persons in need of non-medical transportation, caretakers, parents, and guardians, to the aforementioned persons above, and those with Android and iPhone smartphones. So the walkthrough of the app, there are 3 users of the app: customers, transporters, and administration. So for the customers, when they reach the welcome screen, this is just an illustration. They basically have 3 items there: sign up, sign in, and about. About just gives them information about the company, while sign up and sign in are basically self-explanatory. For signing up, you need to give some basic information about yourself, as well as the membership number from the company and the default pickup address. Now, the last 2 would be if you are a client, or rather a patient of IMTS. If you are the caregiver of the patient, then there'll be an extra space in the app where you fill in the information for said client. For the sign-in, it's very straightforward. You could create your own account with the app, or you could sign in using a third-party account like Google or Facebook. And this is just an illustration where customers, after they sign in, they have a welcome screen that gives them an overview of their payment history and so forth. And in the side menu, they'll be given access to extra functionalities, which would include seeing the appointments that they have, schedule an appointment, and also ways to contact the company. Transporters. Now, these are the persons who will be driving the vans to and from the place and also transport the patients. So they could see the location and drop-off points for clients and other information assigned, job or errand, and easily confirm start or completion of job or errand with a click that would be seen by the administration. Speak of which, the administration can see a general schedule of all clients, the overview on payments, assign transporters to given jobs, and cancel any given jobs from the app.
The budget for this app. The budget for this app is around 7,000 EC dollars to cover building of the app, of programmer and designer for the app, creating a robust database server with encrypt and firewall services. How does this app make money, you may ask? Ad revenue, sales of products and of the IMST to clients via the app.
Impact of the app on the business: greater transparency with the clients, while with the users, they'll have more peace of mind if you are a caregiver of a patient, because you have more up-to-date information about where your patient is going and whether they'll be there on time and so forth. This is an excellent business. This app is just used to help them facilitate enhancing their service. And it's also a more convenient way to not only schedule pickups, but also drop-offs, and to handle payments. Now, there are a few pros, cons, and limitations. When it comes to the pros, especially on the user side, easier scheduling and payment avenue, and easier and more timely notifications. However, for the cons, Wi-Fi or data is needed for the app to run properly. You need credit or debit card or other payment services such as PaySwift in order to pay online. If you do not have said information, you need to pay them in person at the office in Arnoldsville. Also, it should be noted that persons still have the option to pay in person should they so desire. Limitation. Right now, as it stands, services are restricted to Kingstown, Mariaqua, Kalakwa, and Georgetown districts, at least until the business expands more. Persons have to make appointment beforehand for smooth operations. That said, last-minute calls can be accommodated only if there is opening in the schedule. Future plans. So, as time goes on, we are hoping to develop the app so that it'll have better map simulation so that it'll allow for more accurate tracking and be able to better see where the vans are going to and from the pickup points, and also registration of the client to be done completely online. Right now, especially starting off, especially for the patients, they need to give in certain information, including their medical records, to INTS to register, and they have to do that in person. We're hoping that later on, as we develop it, especially the security features, that they'll be able to do, if not everything, at least most of it online. Thank you very much.
We'll now have our 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for
morning.
that presentation. At first, I thought you were going to now bring in a transportation service, but then I realized it was targeted. I also had a question, which you answered towards the end about the tracking, so that was also good. My main question, though, is to do with the membership and the payment scenario. So if I am a member, I'm a member because I registered initially, or am I a member because I've also paid a membership fee, which should carry me through? Because if I have my medical records and what have you, probably you know where my appointments and how, well, not necessarily how often, but you know where exactly I'll be going to Georgetown on such and such days based on my membership. There possibility of having a membership fee on sign up as opposed to I have to go to the office every time to pay if I don't have what Swift? Pay Swift?
So when it comes to the membership fees, those are basically when you become a member, and those members are specifically the patients who are transported thanks to the business. When it comes to the fees, it could be paid online, but if you do not have means of paying online, you'll have to go in person, either somebody on your behalf. Also, when it comes to the app itself, it would also have notifications for membership fees, when to pay it, and so forth.
So the individual payment of fees is like if I'm not a member and I need your service, then I pay. But if I'm a member, I probably pay monthly or something like that, or you have a range of fees, or every time I use your service, I still have to pay for it.
Once you're a registered member, there is a certain fee and rates, and depending on which level you are in, then you'll pay the fees. Now, when it comes to the membership fee, I forgot to mention that. Depending on the level that you're at, there will be a level of care and also, in lack of a better word, a bit of extra courtesies can be extended to you because they have a range of memberships from silver to bronze to community.
Hi, good morning. Over here. Good presentation. I do have a question. In one of your slides, you said one of the limitations appointments need to be made beforehand. Is that with the office or is that through the app? The appointments will be made.
It'll be done through the app. Now, when it comes to that, it's basically to ensure smooth transitions because they need you to be ready by a certain time, especially since they'll be dealing with physically handicapped persons. They need to be there by a certain time in order to set up and such. That's why they ask you to set it up beforehand. And when it comes to last minute appointments, they could only be accommodated if there's opening in the schedule, whether you use the app or you call them in person.
One other question. So, what was the genesis of this idea? Was it that you pitched to the was it IMTS? Did you pitch to them, or they came to you with they expressed some sort of need for something like that, and then you came up with the idea?
We ended up pitching it to them, especially since I noticed that they do have a presence in St. Vincent, but not really much of a technological presence. They basically have a Facebook page and a way to contact them, which is via email and WhatsApp. But I noticed that if it's just that, then an app could be created so that there'll be smoother transitions and interactions between them and the clients.
Thank you very much, Sparks. At this time, we will welcome the team Dawati Techs.
Good morning, everyone. I am Donette Cadogan, and this is my partner Cameral, and together we are the Dawati Techs. Today we're here to present to you our mobile application, a mobile application designed to make your life easier and to help you to use your time better. We realize that the most important thing that a person would ever spend in their lifetime is time, and so we came up with a solution.
So this morning, I'm going to tell you about two stories. One involves Jim. Jim is pretty much like any one of us here. Jim has a busy day. He has his desk stacked with a lot of work to do, a long to-do list, but Jim also needs to get to the doctor. Jim, also on that particular day that we're talking about here in the story, he also has to get to a financial institution to do some transactions. And as we know how things are today, when he gets there, he realizes that there's a line. But not only a line, but the line is also outside of the institution. And so Jim, while he's standing there waiting for his turn, he's thinking about all of the other work that he could be getting done if he was in his office. Which is why we created Q.
So Q is a mobile application designed to help you to join a queue without being in the physical location. So you can join the queue while still being in your office. You join the line. It allows you to monitor the line as well. So it sends you updates telling you as it gets closer to your time to be attended in this institution. Queue also allows you to receive updates from the institution and allows you to make appointments to whether it's a dental office, to see a manager in an institution. It allows you to chat with customer service agents. So if you have a query or question, you can send it via the chat platform and have your questions answered without actually being physically in the location. And then it allows you to rate your experience. So you can let customer service know how the experience was so they can better manage their client experience. And now we have Sue. Sue is smart. Sue downloaded the Q app and she's better able to attend to more things in the 24 hours that she has in her day.
Now you'll be wondering, how does this all work? A very abstract and very high level demonstration. The users make their requests via the mobile application, which is then transmitted through the internet through a secure channel to a central server that has an API that would then process that request and then route that request down to each location of each participating institution, so that then the responses, they can handle those requests and the user could be kept up to date on their progress in the queue. They could receive their responses from the institution and so on. For users or participating institutions that decide to use the premium rate SMS service, those requests would be handled first by the mobile service provider, who have already indicated to us that this is possible for payment purposes as one of the sources of revenue. And so all of these requests would be handled by each institution, and the responses and so on would then return to the user via the mobile application. All right, so while we've already discussed the benefits to the user, saving time, etc., for the institution as well, as they receive the information as they receive feedback from users of the application on the experience in the institution, they can then respond to these needs or respond to these issues in a timely manner, which overall, over time, would then increase or improve customer satisfaction. It allows them to collect data on interaction, analyze these data, so that they can then better suit their services to the needs of their customers. Also, as they look at time that staff spend with customers, it will help us to analyze and identify issues that the staff may be experiencing as they provide service. And as they address these issues, productivity could be boosted. Through the chat feature, you'll be able to increase digital interaction with the user. So in some cases, a user's issue or their query or their request may just be solved via the app rather than through physical interaction. And of course, in any given moment, only those persons who are required to be in a location at a particular time would most likely be there, and so it would reduce on-site waiting times. And as on-site waiting times are reduced, as less persons are in the location, then it would promote physical distancing and possibly also enable contact tracing as more persons utilize this app over time.
Thank you very much for your attention, and remember, with Q, you can live smarter.
We'll now have the 5-minute round of questioning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your cue. My main question is going to be on one of your features, which happens to be the alerting me of my turn. If I understand you correctly, I'm going to a particular bank and I do not want to stand there forever. So the idea is this app will alert me when my turn to go to the test. That's the idea? Okay. So how is this going to be incorporated with the traditional line? So I am in my office or I'm at work, at home or thereabout, and I know it's end of month and the lines are very long. So bring out my app and I do what I need to do. How does that, what's the word, work or mesh with the other traditional persons who are already on the line to know that, okay, when I come into the bank, I am next in line and there are 300 people behind me? How's that supposed to work?
All right, so for this application to work with the traditional means, some institutions already have a ticketing system, paper-based ticketing system. And so what would be required to interface with the app is a local system which has a digital signage type interface. As you might see, there's a particular institution here that, well, they're the sponsor, so I could say them. So Flow already has a digital digital ticketing system in their institution. And so the app would require other institutions to adopt our digital ticketing system. And so persons who enter the institution would have to utilize that system. So it would also save paper for the institutions that are already using the paper-based system. And so that is how it allows the persons who just walk into the institution to be integrated into this entire workflow.
Okay. Next question, my last question. How you talked about interfacing with an agent at the organization. How is that different, or how is this different from the pop-up chat box that appears when you go to a particular website and say, how can I help you? So how does that differ, considering that that pop-up is free, but yet I'm paying for this particular app?
All right, so chat applications, it's not going to be, in terms of the experience in the chat application in the app, is not going to be very different from the experience elsewhere because they're all built on similar technologies. But the difference is you suggested that you would have to pay. You do not have to pay for that. No, you do not have to pay for that app. No, when I mentioned the premium rate SMS, it would depend on the arrangement that is agreed upon with the participating institution. So our suggested mode of functioning for the users is really a free app, right? So people can freely use the app and interface via the app. The difference with the website is that rather than visiting multiple websites, you can interface with all these different institutions that are participating from one interface.
All right. Regarding the chatting aspect of the app, so if I'm in my office and I'm sending a message and I need to go to the bank, who's going to be on the other end of that? Someone who works at the bank.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so my question is, if we have 500 or 1,000 persons sending chat messages to that person working at the bank, I'm going to guess there's going to be a lot of time on that person to be on the phone responding to messages while performing their duties. How would you?
Well, most institutions have a customer service department that would handle these things, but that ability to talk to an institution, that particular feature is a feature that the institution can decide to allow or not. There are many services out there. Sometimes you might go to a particular service, maybe even Facebook website. Some people have chat enabled. Some people have even more advanced chat where there's a chatbot that speaks back to you. So it would depend on the institution's desire for that particular feature.
Okay, situationally now, so let's say you have it in place at another institution, and a certain section of the public are not aware of your app, and we see someone just walking, cutting the line, and get through. What's your plan for that situation where it's obviously going to cause some problems for the general public who's not aware of your app and what it allows that person to do?
Okay, so a person who's not aware of the existence of the app would miss out on the opportunity to have that advanced booking or have that ability to be in a queue virtually. So a person who walks into a participating institution, instead of seeing the paper-based ticketing system, would then interface with the new digital queuing system that will be in the institution. So because there would be a digital ticketing system in the institution, anybody who walks into the institution would somewhat have to then become a part of that workflow.
Thank you very much, the Watitex. The next team that will be presenting is Tonya Robert Ogolo.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges. As at January of this year, 2020, I was undergoing my medical training, and then COVID-19 was declared a state emergency. Along with this, global peril and menace came with the pandemic as well. So that became a wake-up call for me. So while I was at home, I gave it some thought for the 1 month that I was refused to continue with my training. And as a result, I asked myself many questions. I was in fear for some of my friends. What I had most important had was to create a technology that will allow for persons to be able to receive healthcare without the impending problem of or difficulty of going to the hospital. So this is the reason why we decided to build this app. So we wish to introduce to all of you Avincina. Avincina is a mobile app, and this app is going to allow for secure communications between doctors and patients, and also between doctors and doctors. So this is the overall features that will be found on the app. We're going to have a sign-up page. We're going to have a doctor's profile and a map address to help with the location identification. And we're also going to have a database and a chat page, a video streaming option, an e-prescription, as well as an e-payment mechanism. So this is how our app is going to look like. So the sign-up page is going to be like this with an authentication and a sign-up registration page to ensure for our first layer of security. So we would also be able to incorporate and integrate emergency contact information for persons who might have other emergency needs. So this page would only have information about the emergency services provided in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so that anyone who has the app could be able to get an all-in-one information in the same app. All right, so the app is going to include a chatting platform, a page where you can be able to search for doctors that are available on the island or those that have signed up with our app to be able to get the specific care that you wish to incur. Next one. All right, so who are our target audience? Since this is all about health, our target audience would include everyone, basically everyone. Children, adults, and everyone who has an ability to use an app, especially if they have internet connection. So we'll be making the app available to use for healthcare workers in general and citizens who might need access to these healthcare services. Now, our platform would be able to enable for convenient communication between doctors and patients. So we would eliminate simple or painful barriers like distance, enabling persons perhaps in the Grenadine Islands to be able to access specialists that are available on the main island and so forth. And our doctors too would be able to gain access to these patients on an in and outpatient basis. So if the patient has already met the doctor already, the patient doesn't necessarily have to do that the second time. But what we want to do with our app is to ensure that we have a secured way of communicating between doctors and patients, which is our utmost priority. So this app would enable us to put doctors in the patients of the citizens, thereby allowing everyone to be able to stay safe, especially in this moment of crisis.
We will now have our 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So, well, as you said, you're within the medical field. This is
Yes.
interesting because I have a friend in Brazil who is actually kind of doing the same thing. But there are some unique challenges there. And so I'd like to ask you some specific questions concerning that. When it comes to onboarding, as in getting doctors onto this app, what is the process of that going to be? Are you going to try to, well, firstly, is this going to be a private entity? Or are you going to try to make this public where you're teaming up with Ministry of Health and the hospital, etc.?
We want to make it an open project to allow for both public and private participation. And some doctors might work with the health, ministries of health and so. And so we want to be able to allow for integration between the two. So that would be something that we wish to achieve.
Okay, but let me ask specifically, do you plan on making money from the app?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay.
But not from the preliminary stage. We wish to be able to, from the onset, allow for more public awareness of the app and allow for more persons to be able to use our app to give us feedbacks and make improvements to a point where we can be able to say, fine, the user experience, user interface is sufficient to be able to achieve that. And also make our doctors comfortable with using the app as to any other chatting mechanisms in place already.
Right, so it's going to be used for consultancy because there's only so much you can do over an app. So you speak to them, and I assume that you'll have to pay for that consultancy.
Yes, you have to pay for the whatever consultancy you're doing. And also speaking about finances, remember you're making use of services. Some of these API you're making use of are not free. You have to pay for them, and also you have cloud services like Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, and those services are not really free. Those services are not really free, so you have to maintain those things. And at some point in time, you will want to scale this application.
Yeah.
It requires finances. So yes, we plan on the financial aspect of it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, by the way. I feel that's the way it should go. But then that leads into another question. I assume you're going to have to pay before you get that consultancy. Or you're going to get a consultancy and then pay. What order?
What we wish to do is to create we have a payment platform that we have communicated with already, and we have tools of PS put in place. So patients who sign up using our app must sign up using that payment platform so that we can be able to ensure that the doctors get their consultancy fee for every service that has been consumed. And then if the patients do not have the means to cover for their expenses, they would not be allowed to be locked out from being able to communicate with the doctors. But when they initiate communications with the doctors, we will give an option to allow for the doctors to choose whether or not to charge the patient. Okay. We are going to put it as the default, that if they don't have sufficient funds, they will not be able to communicate directly with the doctors, but that option will be there.
Thank you very much for that presentation. At this time, we will be welcoming the team Farm App C to present.
Have you ever wanted your medication without hassle of asking for if it's available or standing in long lines to pay for it before you receive your medication? We created an app for that. There is no pharmacy app that you can find that you can get your pharmaceutical items online, even for a place as reportable as Massey stores. Though they have their own pharmacy, they still have you still physically have to be there to purchase your items or your medications, with little or no guarantees that your items would be there for purchase. We created Pharmacy, okay?
Where your health is our priority, pharmacy, pun intended. It gives consumers an online platform to order their subscriptions and or see if the desired pharmaceuticals are in stock. It lets consumers be able to save money for obtaining more Massey points through their purchases. You could also get more consumers to come by Massey Store Kingstown, which may result in more persons buying pharmaceuticals and food items in one time for the sake of convenience, thus making Massey Stores Kingstown a shopping hub. The targeted business, Massey Stores Kingstown. And the target audience, persons that are 18 years old and older, anyone with an Android or iPhone app, and of course, Massey Store customers, including those with their Massey Points card. Now, when it comes to the app, there are two users, basically. We have the customers and we have the pharmacists at Massey Stores. So after logging in and so forth, the customer can see a listing of available over-the-counter drugs or OTC drugs and their respective prices, chat with the designated Massey Store pharmacist, take a picture of their prescription, which can then be sent to the Massey Store pharmacist to obtain feedback, and make orders and payments for the prescriptions online. So that way the customer can simply go up and pick up his or her prescription while accumulating Massey points on his or her rewards card in one click. Now, the budget of the app is 6,000 EC dollars. That would cover a programmer and a designer to create the app. And of course, we need to know how the app would make money. Now, they have ad revenue, and also with how the app is structured is basically to get more people to shop at Massey Stores, okay? So more customers come into Massey Stores and more continuously out of convenience, get the drugs, food, and household in one location, getting more reward points with less hassle, and Massey Store promotions on the app.
The impact this app would have on Massey Stores: more loyal customers and increase in reputation for Massey Stores being a store of all your household and pharmaceutical needs. The impact the app would also have on the general public: it is easier to accumulate rewards points. easier to access special deals, and it's more convenient to buy and check your meds.
Pros and cons of the app: easier ordering of pharmaceuticals, convenient shopping. You could basically fill out your prescriptions while you shop, competitive pricing, private pharmaceutical counseling, especially since that is now available online thanks to the app, personalized and professional prescription service, special deals such as senior citizens being and children under 3 getting 10% discount on all pharmaceuticals. And of course, you could get knowledge and access of the over-the-counter drugs. Cons of the app: Wi-Fi or data is needed to use the app. And for you to pay online, you need credit or debit card or other payment services such as PaySwift. Now, for the future of innovation, we hope to integrate this particular app with the parent app, which is the Massy Stores app, and also to have, whenever they decide to have more pharmacies in the fray, the app will need to have a locator and proximity functionalities. Pharmacy, where your health is our priority. Thank you.
We will now have the 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
All right, morning. So quick question. Did you discuss the idea with farmers? Sorry, did you discuss the idea with Massy Stores or pitch the idea to them?
Yes, we did. I went and I had a discussion with the marketer, and she was over the moon for the idea because Massy Store has an app, but it doesn't showcase their pharmacy.
Okay. So I would assume so if you're going to purchase an item, it would know about stock levels. So is there any plan to integrate with their database or have some sort of database to, manage stock levels that would be updated when someone in person goes to the store and purchase an item? That is not using your app, that would, obviously impact on stock levels.
There will be some level of integration in order for smooth operations, and also eventually we are hoping so that the pharmacy app itself could merge with the Massy Stores app so that it will be better integration and have one app for everything Massy related.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Could you tell me what exactly is the main problem that this app is hoping to address?
So the main selling point of the app is being able to interact with the pharmacy and such online without having to go there in person, and to find out if you could find the pharmaceutical drugs there without you having to physically go there, and basically saves you time as a customer, time and energy, as my partner said.
Hello. You also mentioned that there'll be deals. Are these deals specific to only when you use the app, or it will appear because that's the deal of the day at the store?
The deals are there whether you use the app or not. It is for the pharmacy itself at Massy Stores, Kingstown.
So in this case of that deal, who would be responsible for adding that content into the app? Is it going to be Massy Stores? Are you guys going to have somebody employed doing that? And if that's the case, there's going to be a cost involved How would you address those?
Right, someone at Massey Stores would be responsible for that particular operation.
Thank you very much, FAMAPSI. The next team that will be presenting will be the team, the Salvatores. Please welcome them.
Good morning. We are the Salvatores, and we are here to present to you accoutrements. See less, shop more. Now, today we're going to go through some topics, and I hope that as we go through them, that you will find this presentation to be rather pleasant. Now, I want you to consider the following. You go into Coast and you buy a pot set for $120, and another store has that same pot set for $80. Now, you never knew this because the second store did not have a proper storefront in order to advertise what they had on sale. Now, this could have happened to you and you never even realized it. Would you be interested? Would you like to know more? Now, throughout the presentation, some important questions might come up and I want to address them now so that you're not distracted in what we have to say. So who is accoutrements for? Potential shoppers, people who like to shop often, and also people who don't really like to shop due to time constraints. What exactly is accoutrement? It is a sales finder app, not a sales app. I want to emphasize that. When exactly would you use accoutrements? When you're on the go shopping or when you're at home? Where would you find accoutrements? We're planning to have it both on iOS and Android using the Flutter framework. How would we create money using accoutrements? Through QR code creation, and we'll look more on that later on. And also, why exactly do we want to create this app? Because due to the data that we found, there is a hole in the market. Now, we asked 10 stores about this application and we interviewed 33 people. We could only show 4 of the questions today. But the first thing we asked was, how often do you shop in Kingston? We found that 8 people said less than once a month, 3 people said once a month, 7 said a few times a month, 7 said once a week, and 8 people said once a week. So there was a large spread in the data there. We went on to ask how often do they find themselves window shopping while they are in the Kingston area. We found that 10 people said that they never window shop, while 11 people said not very often. We also noticed 6 people said often, 4 people said very often. That leaves only 2 people said that they always window shop. We went on to ask, more importantly, if there was a quick and easy way to see what a store has on sale, if they would use it. A vast majority said yes, they would. 32 out of the 33 people that we interviewed. And 1 person said no. Now, we edited this question, not edited, we rephrased this question to ask if this were required using a phone and scanning the QR code, if they would still use it. We found that 1 person switched over to no, while 1 person skipped altogether. But that still leaves 30 people who says they would use this application. Now, from all of the data that we combined, we noticed some problem trends and fixes. Some problem trends. We noticed that there is a lack of storefronts. There's not really much window space in order to window shop. We noticed that there's not much interest in shopping due to the amount of time that it takes. We noticed that it takes too long to compare prices between stores, and we also noticed that the viewing sales is not really at the consumer's convenience. Now, through the use of our application, we hope to address these problems by the use of an easy-to-place QR code that can serve the purpose of a storefront. Through shortening the actual time that it takes to shop, it might incentivize people to do so. Through comparison of prices through the app, it can make that experience a lot better. And also, we want to make viewing of sales convenient to the consumer. That is an important thing to us. Now, for the app itself, we have some goals that we have set. We want Couturements to be the go-to deal finder app in St. Vincent that would help in aiding in boosting the economy by generating foot traffic. Also to allow smaller businesses to advertise alongside their bigger competitors. Now, how does it work for the shopper? Once you see our specially designed QR code at the front of a store, you can quickly take out your phone, press a button, scan the code, and you will be able to view what they currently have on sale. Now, the best part is that this can be done without breaking your stride. You could just take out, scan, go, no problem. And for the store now, the stores normally know what they want to have on sale beforehand, so all they have to do is contact us. We'll create the code for them, and then once they have that code, they can put it wherever they want, whether on the front of the store, in a newspaper, however they want to advertise is up to them. We're just creating the code. Now, the best part is that this can be done whenever they want or with how many items they want for a price. Now, speaking of price, money matters. Now, when we were working on this presentation, we looked at some different case studies that we were working with. Yummy, they have a design that we like, and they worked 168 hours for their design. For the McDonald's loyalty app, they worked 512 hours for their back-end development, and GoPuff worked 200 hours for their front-end development. So we're using these case studies as a basis for our application. Now, for the pricing that we have projected for this application, for pre-market testing, we have around $5,000. For design, using the case study done by Yummy and a price of $80 per hour, and this price was provided by Mavcom, a local business, we came to around $13,440. For development, based on the development for McDonald's loyalty app and GoPuff, and the same aforementioned rate, we're looking at around $40,960. For testing and deployment, which includes marketing, we're looking at around $15,000 projected. And for maintenance, which will include optimization, bug fixes, any post-deployment support, we're looking at around 20 to 50% of the development cost, which is $14,300. Now, for the grand total, for all of this, discovery and testing, design, development, testing and deployment, and maintenance, our projected cost is $88,700. And of course, this is subject to change based on how things are done. In terms of how we plan for this app to make money, it depends on the quantity of the items that the store wants to make. That would affect the cost, the quality, if the store wants a backdrop for the items, or if they want their items to be modeled, that can be done. If they want customization of their QR code to have colors or include their logo, that can also be done. And if they don't want to handle the advertisement, we can do that for an additional cost. Now, in terms of who we want this application to benefit, we're looking at small businesses, shoppers and non-shoppers, Ministry of Finance, and bigger businesses, especially during seasonal shopping where it's a lot of hassle to go from one store to another. So that is all that we have to say. I hope that you enjoy our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have our 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
Hey guys, morning. Firstly, it's a really nice looking presentation.
Thank you very much.
First. So when I started out, I actually did something like this with the Conserve app. St. Vincent is an amazing place to, especially when it comes to implementing new technologies and new ideas. I was going to ask how the QR code works But specifically, you were drawing the example of I go to Coates, see something for $120. I don't know another store has it for $80. When I come to Coates, and let's just say Coates decides to have this QR code, how does it work? When I scan this, how am I going to know another store has it for 80?
No, what we plan to do is have a comparison algorithm where if you scan Coates' QR code, you would see the same item across the stores in Kingston. So you would see that they have it, but another store has it for a lesser price.
Let me just amend that a bit.
Sure.
Because we're trying to avoid having to catalog every store across Kingston. So let's say that the store has it on sale a week ago and you were passing through Kingston and you scan the code. And then when you pass by Coates, you can scan the code and then you can see, okay, maybe a week ago, the store has it on sale for $80. So I could maybe pass by there and check to see if they still have it for that price. If not, I could always go back to Coates and get it for the price that Coates has it. So that way we don't have to catalog every store across Kingston. But as you travel through Kingston and you see the code, you could just quickly scan it as you go so that you have a list of all the items that are currently available.
That makes me have to walk a lot. I really have to be going around.
You don't necessarily have to go around and purposefully look for it because you can do it while you're already walking through Kingston. They'll be there for easy convenience.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to catalog everything. I would assume when you start inputting things, you have tags or something as simple as tags that would help to, and even use AI to try and put that together. So I need to be in town to take advantage of this app.
No. As I said, the store will get the QR code and whatever they want to do with the QR code at that point is up to them. As we say, we're trying to make it more convenient to the consumer.
Okay.
So let's say that, once again, since we're using the example of Coates, that Coates has that code and they want to put it in the newspaper. They can contact the newspaper, have it put there in a small section, and then whenever you're at home, you could quickly scan that. And then it's not just Coates. Any store that has the QR code can do that. No problem.
Okay, so I assume you would be teaming up with the stores and not necessarily being a private entity with your own employees going out and cataloging these things.
Not necessarily, no. You want to answer? Well, I'm not sure if you had noticed, but in the slide where we talked about how it will work for the store, we're not really partnering with them. They will contact us, and we'll just go there and make the code based on what items they want. So we're not really partnered with them, they just ask us to make the code.
Right, which makes you then dependent on the stores, because you're not independent where you just go and do it because you own everything.
Yes, true.
They have to initiate that. Why am I going to do that when I know I am the cheapest? And then, which is another challenge, because then Coates might just know, they can't match the price of Musa, and then probably won't want to put it on the app because they're going to be like, everybody's going to see what's up. I have to ask this specifically. You're not making money on a sale, per sale.
No, it's a sale. Find the app, not a sales app. We're not dealing with any transactions.
Great. So the app costs $80,000. How are you going to make that back?
No.
Because you pointed out some points, but I felt like those are very... I feel like they were very small, really, like doing designs and stuff like that. And if you do a design for one product, that can last the lifetime of the product, really. So that's one payment. Are you going to charge crazy prices?
We haven't really come up with a rate as yet.
Okay.
Of course, we want to make sure that it's fair to the store so that everybody will be able to participate. But in terms of the cost that we have there, that some of that can be alleviated by doing the work ourselves. It's just an estimation of what we research, so we want to go based off of what we research. We don't want to just come up and
Thank you very much. Our next team will be Dem Island Boys. They'll be presenting.
Good morning, everyone. We are them Island Boys, but the application we're presenting this time is called Deliverco Enterprise. You might ask, why that name? Deliverco Enterprise is an on-demand online ordering application. It is to provide new ways for persons to earn, work, and live on their own terms. It provides safe, resilient, inclusive access, economic prosperity, and environmental stability. The aim of this application is basically just to establish a good customer business relationship, satisfying customer needs and wants, to assist customers in getting demand for orders where it is difficult for it to do them themselves, and for also to generate new ways for persons to work and live. So the solutions of this application is cashless transactions. Of course, you still have the opportunity to do physical. There will be scheduled deliveries, exposure for small business owners, automated order management, extended time, promotions and discounts, effective feedback, and consumer-to-consumer exchange. Some of the solutions that another remaining solutions. Sorry.
Some of the solutions include doing more with less. This means more deliveries, but less customers, which means less long lines and
It basically means, right, in the event that you have a wider outreach for you can reach more customers in that way, there are less customers needing to be in the business physically themselves, and you basically could still produce more because of course it's coming through orders. Our targeted audience: investors, government officials, unemployed persons looking for income, and of course persons who are employed but may looking for extra source of income. Our monetization strategy is basically to charge persons doing the delivery just around 10% for every order. This may change using subscriptions, advertisement, and sponsorship. A sample of what the subscriptions may look like, of course, is just where you pay something around $100 a month. You can get up to 8 orders a day. It doesn't matter what the order costs. You get everything. You could always go up $200 a month. You get up to 18 orders a day. That kind of thing. There's enterprise packages available. Of course, these prices are subject to change.
So some functionalities of the app are real-time location tracking. So when you go and you do an order, and then a runner, as we call them, which would be the delivery person, they accept the order, and then while they are going to the pickup location, let's say KFC, and you can see all of that from your side of the app. So another feature is basically personalized accounts where you could upload your profile picture and add data about yourself, your name, last name, first name, everything. There are in-app conversations between the runner and the user, which would be the consumer in this case. I'm sorry.
And there would be unlimited reach, whereas the app is made by Vincentians for Vincentians. Of course, this app right now can work anywhere in the world, but of course, Vincentians come first. We will be launching it initially for St. Vincent. And of course, it is cross-compatible. This is actual real images, like the app is actually right now. This is how it looks right now, and it is capable for iOS, Android, and it can work on tablets. Some other samples of the screens, as you can see on the first left screen as the profile image. The next one is the stores. On the stores, you'll be able to see deals, the current stores listed in St. Vincent. There's the menu side. And then on the ones that said order, you get to see a sample of how it's looking like right now, where you can see live tracking where the runner is currently, where he has to drop it off. You will get the price beforehand because, of course, we say that you must agree, like, okay, if you see that it's going to cost you, let's say, $30 to do the order, you have to agree to say, all right, I'm going to pay this $30. Other screens really cool. You can see how you're going to track the order. There's the sample of the live chat, a sample of the order form, and a sample of what the runner would see when the request comes in.
Right. The app was built using React Native with the Exponent ecosystem. We use the Google Cloud platform for stuff like Google Maps, the API, Cloudinary for third-party images, and MySQL for the database, Firebase for phone authentication, and the app is developed using VS Code.
And of course, we wanted to reiterate that while doing this application, everything was free. And well, the future plans, of course, was to expand in more technologies used because, of course, as we know, technologies keeps on changing every day. To serve as a tool between transport and work in general, try and aim it to be like a main marketplace when persons want to do orders. Of course, again, I must reiterate, this is not limited to food. You can order anything through the application. And of course, admin dashboard and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will now have our 5-minute round of questioning.
All right. Just to confirm, anyone can be a runner? Can anyone be a runner, or are you going to have your own set of people?
Anyone can be a runner that signs up through the application. So you will require like your ID and stuff like that. But yes, anyone can be a runner once you provide the requirements.
Okay. So you would not have specialized persons who, let's just say, verified, for instance, where this is coming from the company itself. You would just have anybody who is able, and you do a vetting process, I assume.
Yes.
Just to make sure you know who these people are.
In terms,
Yeah, I don't. Would there be standardized rates, or would the delivery boys decide their own rates?
Well, there would be system. But the system.
The rates will be calculated dynamically based on distance and time and those sort of things.
Okay.
Similar to like rideshare. Think DoorDash, Uber Eats, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
okay, hello again. You had mentioned a 10%. That's for me advertising with you, or that's for the fee for the delivery? What's
No,
the 10% for?
The 10% is more or less for the runner. So the runners using the application, you could make as much money as you want and so forth. But of course, the only thing that will just be a little charge, again, it's subject to change. We just had the idea of just 10% that we just charge you after your monthly income. Just take like just a 10% from it, you keep the rest.
Okay, so just to understand, if I purchase and I want something from a construction store, and it's costs $500, but it's really huge. So that requires transportation and all of that. That 10% of the cost, or that runner is going to put his own charges to that item and charge me?
No, the price, the cost of the delivery that the app calculates, let's say the app charges you, say that's something like $50. We take 10% of that $50 and the runner keeps the other 90%. Yeah. So 10% of every delivery, basically.
Of the cost of the item?
No,
just 10%.
Delivery.
There's a delivery fee.
There's a delivery. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for content on the app? Would KFC have to be the one to sign up on the app and put the information on?
No. How we have it structured is we take all registered businesses that are on, within the country. Once you're on Google Maps, you just take your information. We just basically, because in more or less, all you need is just where you're going. We don't necessarily need like your menus and so forth like that. Of course, menus would come in the future, but as of right now, we don't need anything other part to like the name of your business and where you're located, which businesses provide already on Google Maps. So KFC from Annisville, okay, cool. Because Annisville, that's the coordinates, that's the directions. You just follow directions, and that's how you school.
Okay. So the process, you mean if you're gonna go KFC, for instance, and currently you don't really need their menu, and I want something delivered. So that's where I make use of the chat feature to say, oh, I want a 2-piece.
You could use the chat feature, you could use the form.
Oh, okay.
Morning. So I have a question. Are you planning to replace existing delivery services for some of the businesses, or just to walk alongside them? So, for instance, KFC have their own delivery. Some of those hardware stores would have their own deliveries as well.
It's more or less to work alongside them, because a lot of when we did our research, right, a lot of us was complaining for KFC being a popular example, like you can't get onto them and so forth like that. So you now being a third party on it now, you could enable that for them. Is like, I want something from KFC, I could help that for you, while removing the delay in the process.
Yeah, and it's more about working with them, well, alongside them, and on your own. Let's say 10 o'clock in the night, you want KFC delivered, not going to Georgetown, we can get that done for you.
And remember, the application is not restricted to Kingston. You can get it anywhere in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The next team that will be presenting will be the Okay, we welcome the team LS now to present.
Okay, good morning once again, everyone. I'm Tabrai Lewis. This is my partner, Natonia Sherman, and together we are LS.
Have you ever felt like going out with some friends? You can't seem to figure out where you want to go. You don't know what's the latest. You or your friends tell you about an event too late. We have an app for that. Have you ever came back from, the States, and you don't want to be stuck at home or in a stuffy hotel? We have an app for that. iCode784, the app that locals and tourists can find events easily and more efficiently, whether on the date or not so far in the distant future.
Hype 784. Don't be out of the loop. Get in the hype. Now, when it comes to going out problems, finding out interesting events and the details too close to the date or just too late. Not finding information about given events easily. Visitors and locals alike not being able to find out about entertainment options available at any given point in time. Now, there are promo avenues or advertising avenues, but we find that they could be a bit lacking at times. For the Hotel and Tourism Association, they send out events information only on Fridays, and the presentation of information is quite cramped or congested, which may be fairly off-putting for a typical end user. Printed newspapers not sharing out information as often as preferred. When it comes to radios, they announce it at certain parts of the day, and persons cannot review ads at their own leisure. And with printed flyers, limited exposure. So when it comes to Hype 784, is a promotional app that helps tourists and locals to keep updated on the ins and outs of special events and entertainment in SVG. It may be an upcoming church anniversary or the hottest party destinations. This app also allows locals and tourists to view, save, upload, and share current and upcoming events taking place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Ways to get out the word. QR codes would be posted at the exit of the airport, gift shops, taxis, and every tourist attractions. Advertisements would be announced, or Hype 784 would be frequently mentioned on NBC radio, along with using social media like Facebook. Persons that this app can help. Tourists can, when visiting St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would have a wider range of events and activities to choose from.
When it comes to the locals, they would also have access to events that are going on in SVG, and drivers, van and taxi drivers alike would be able to, well, they'll get a little revenue from picking persons to and from said destinations that are being promoted. So it has a ripple effect. And of course, when it comes to promoters, they will have another outlet, where their promotions can reach a wider audience of people, such as revisiting Vincentians and tourists. And of course, there's also entertainers who would benefit from scheduled events. Okay? Now, when it comes to the app walkthrough, okay, there are 4 users. We have the guests, regular users, promoters, and administration. Guests can only browse and see current and upcoming events. They cannot save anything, however. Guests have to create an account to get more functionality from the app. Regular users, which are locals or tourists alike, can view and save current and upcoming events to their profiles. Regular users can use their basic info, Facebook, Google, or Microsoft account to sign up. There will also be an option on the side menu where they can upgrade to being a promoter. And when it comes to promoters, there will be a part of the app where they could upload their information. And when they upload it, it will be displayed in the calendar. So this is a basic idea for the user. After they log in, they can view events and be able to either save or share the events. And they could look at it either as a calendar on a whole or in a timeline form. When it comes to the promoters, they have all the functions as a user with the extra feature of the promo upload, where they'll be uploading the information about any event, and they'll have some level of control. The estimated budget of the app would be about $15,000 to $20,000 EC dollars. The app will make money using ad revenue, ad-free subscriptions, as well as promoting fees. When it comes to the pros and cons of this app, the pros: simple and clean user interface, up-to-date list of upcoming events, online payments for promoters, but there's also the natural con. Wi-Fi or data is needed for you to get up-to-date and relevant information. Hype 784, or you could simply call it H784. Don't be out of the loop. Get in the hype.
We'll now have the 5-minute round of questioning by the judges.
Okay. Hello again.
Hi.
I noticed that your target business would be, you had NBC radio. Why did you choose just that radio station?
Well, we had many businesses that we could have targeted, such as hotels, Hot 97, and etc. But we wanted to stay neutral between secular events and church events. So NBC Radio has a reputation for updating their database on a regular basis. They have a standard that we hope to also uphold as well. So we chose them as our targeted business.
Question before they come in. How do you plan to verify the information that persons would put on the system? How do you plan? Because if they're going to upload it themselves, how do you plan to verify that the information they put in on is factual?
Promoters will be verified and they would have to present the most recent criminal record, police record. Okay? They will also need to give us a media page so that we can verify that they are legit. They're legitimate.
Okay, I have a question. So let's say I'm an event promoter and I come to you and I'm like, what's your competitive advantage? Why should I use Hype784 over Instagram, Facebook, and the like? What can you do for me that those can't already do?
You can take it.
All right, so when it comes to these avenues, they are good at what they do. However, with our app, it would actually send to a wider audience because on Facebook, it's basically at most would just be friends of friends. And when it comes to Instagram and so forth, unless if you are subscribed to their particular page, you may not be able to see their events pop up like that. Also, one advantage of us, while you do indeed have to pay in order to have your event shown, first off, we would display your items much more often at a lesser rate than other avenues, like a newspaper, as my partner rightfully said. Also, when it comes to that, you also have the option on top of that for other persons to share on their own social media platforms. So you have that, reach to a wider audience, and then that wider audience can share on their respective social media pages like WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram.
Okay, and I don't think I noticed any mention of any backend technologies you'll be using for this platform in terms of what you're going to use for the database and platforms is going to be available on.
We basically had a lot of information crammed in this one presentation, so we have to specify it more next time. Also, we're basically planning to, for the back end, basically have cloud storage for the database, and we'll specify the front end later on as time goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ellis. The team that will be presenting at this time is Charisma Techs. Please welcome them.
Judges, fellow competitors, members of the audience, good afternoon. Let me begin my presentation with a simple question. Why do we go to school? I'm sure most of you are already thinking, education. And you are absolutely correct. From the time we're enrolled in a primary school, we go on to do CPA, and then we do CSEC. And then after secondary school, we may go to community college where we do an associate degree, CAPE, or we may go to a technical school and learn a skill. There are other reasons, such as socialization, sports, and extracurricular activities. However, what happens after school? Some of us already know what we want to do. They go on to become doctors, lawyers, engineers, accountants, all those fields that I'm sure you've heard about before. Others, however, they're left confused, uncertain, unsure, and lost. Some get angry, some get frustrated, and some break down crying. The common theme between these people are that they would like some help, or maybe just a little bit of guidance. Introducing the Career Guidance app. As the name suggests, it's an app that would help people who are uncertain or unsure about what they want to do in the future decide on a suitable career that fits their ideals and interests. So what was the inspiration for such an app? After graduating community college, I spent an excessive amount of time on YouTube, Reddit, blogs, and different websites trying to figure out what it is exactly that I wanted to do with my life. After months of researching, I was able to compile a list of possible careers and subjects that suited my interest. And this all reminded me of a time when I was in Form 3 and I did an aptitude test. After filling out all the blanks, checking all the boxes, the test told me that I was able to go into any field that I wanted and pursue any subject I wanted to do. This was not helpful at all. Some other people recommended that I speak with a guidance counselor. However, after learning that I had to set them an appointment, they're just too daunting for me, and I never got around to doing it. I'm sure some people don't even have a guidance counselor. And that's when an aha moment hit me. Why not create an app that does all of this? And so, Career Guidance came about. So how does the app work? First, it accepts the data from the user. It takes your extracurricular activities, your academic affinity and accomplishments, your likes, your interests, your dislikes, hobbies, the work schedule you want to do, flexibility, and then it presents you with a list that is suitable to what you put in. So for example, the user said they wanted to work from 7 to 3, and they were interested in computer science, physics, mathematics, and chemistry. The app would then suggest to them that you could go on to become a software engineer, a web developer, or a teacher. And from this list, they're able to select which career they're most interested in. And then the app would present you with a brief overview of what it's like being in that job, as well as a short video giving the daily lifestyle of that person and what they do. So that was a brief video of what it was like being a mechanical engineer and what he does at his job. The video doesn't have to be that short when it's implemented in the app. And then the app would then later go on to give you a pathway or a layout of how you can go about achieving that career based on your region. So, for example, if a student in the Caribbean wanted to go and become a doctor, the app may suggest to that person that you could go to the community college here, do 3 science subjects, biology, chemistry, and physics, and then go on to UE and go to their med school. Or it may suggest go into the community college here, doing those same 3 subjects, and then doing a bachelor's in America, and then going on to med school. So how does the app do all of this? How exactly does it bridge this information and present it to the user like this? First, we utilize a collection of databases from different websites, such as SpaceScale, Career Karma, Indeed, Glassdoor, etc. Those apps provide those websites provide the app with the necessary data. And then it utilizes a special algorithm that would filter through all of this data and present the information relevant to the career in a user-friendly way. The app then also offers the user the ability to personalize by allowing it to go through their social media information, such as Facebook, Twitter, and monitor their online activity, so it's able to suggest a more personalized career that's suitable for them. Some additional features would include local demographics. So it would present the user with the statistics of how many people are employed in the country and what field that they are employed in. And it also allows for offline usage. So the user can download the page and access the data anytime that they want. And they would provide local job listings. So it provides jobs that are currently in demand in the area. How do we plan to finance this? Ad revenue. Ads would be embedded in the app, and when the user interacts with the ad, income would be generated. What are some possible risks? Well, we need users to interact with the ad to generate income so we can pay our partnerships and linkages. If there are no users, there's no revenue. I believe this app would be impactful to many people who are currently in school or thinking of switching their careers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We will now have our 5-minute round of questioning.
All right, good morning. Thanks for the presentation. So initially when you were presenting, I was going to ask if there was going to be some sort of algorithm that will be, crunching the data and giving you results. You did mention that. So what I want to know now is this an algorithm you're going to design, develop, or is there something already out there that would perform those tasks?
So we'd have to design the algorithm. So we'd have to pay programmers to develop it for us.
Also, you mentioned something about statistics about jobs availability and that sort of thing. Are you going to be responsible for cataloging that data? How would you get that data to put forward?
So we want to form a partnership with the government, the Ministry of Education, and so they would be able to provide those statistics for us and put it in the app.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good presentation.
Thanks.
My question falls in line with what he just asked in terms of getting that information. So you have videos that persons will be viewing.
Yeah.
Where are you going to get your videos from? And if you are going to download videos of persons on this special profession, how do you hope to tackle copyright issues?
All right. So these videos would all have to be from volunteers because we don't want to go about going to everyone, paying them to make videos and all that. So there are people on YouTube who would post their content and we can interact with them, asking to use their videos for our purposes.
And the way you make money from this app is solely through advertising?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And our final presentation for this morning session will be Pandemic Special.
Hello, good morning. So today, hello, good morning. So today, the app I'm going to be presenting to you is Radius, the app that puts an end to outbreaks. So, have you ever been in the wrong place at the wrong time? It's a common situation a lot of people find themselves in when they don't have any information about where they're going or what they're doing, and it really leaves people with, it leaves this vacuum of information that could be provided that this app could fill the space of. So has it ever happened to you that you wondered what could be potentially happening to you in life? Or what about if you knew where good things were and you could be at the position to receive them. Many times in life, we find ourselves in positions where we are at the wrong place at the wrong time. That is where Radius is here to help. So, does this look familiar? In light of current issues in 2020, the entire world is under the impact of COVID-19, and even in our own local area, we are under the effect of dengue fever outbreak. And a lot of the infections are caused because people are lacking information about how they could be exposed, lacking information about where the areas are that they could possibly be exposed to. So what is Radius? Radius is an app that tracks the location and movement of infectious disease outbreaks using user information. So Radius was inspired by the fact that this country has been under the impact of infectious diseases for a while. There have been many diseases like chikungunya, Zika, dengue fever, and even the COVID-19 virus is causing issues. And with this location-based this technology that tracks location and shows where infection could potentially be, it reduces the amount of infections possible. That's why Radius is here to help. So how it works, users give their location by way of GPS, and by way of special code provided by healthcare providers, they log their infection, and users are then notified of the new infection by the app, and the location is flagged as at risk. So for example, if there is someone living in Montrose, for example, and they got dengue fever, it would then be notified to all the users that, okay, so Montrose has gotten a case of dengue fever. So the users would then have the opportunity to be, oh, okay, so I've interacted with somebody from Montrose, or even if the user themselves has interacted with somebody who has been flagged as infected, they will then be notified. So users who test positive for the infectious disease are given advice on how to prevent the spread of the specific disease, and they are also flagged as in a spread of this disease. But it is all anonymous, of course. And those who enter the risk area for a specific period of time, so using GPS, there would be like a 10-meter range of detection using GPS. And if anyone is located in that 10-meter range for a period of like 10 minutes or so, it would notify them, and then they would be able to take the necessary precautions. So the next step is healthcare officials. They are able to send information out to all the users at once, and users are given direct access to healthcare officials through the app. So for example, the COVID-19 hotline was implemented, and for a long period of time, a lot of people didn't know what the number for the COVID-19 hotline is or where they would go to get testing. And this is something that this app could potentially fill the gap of. So additional features on the app would be forums that are updated by healthcare professionals, and they would have information about what diseases are currently being affecting the country. And they would also have contact information for healthcare providers. So for example, as I said, the COVID-19 hotline would be there, or the officials who are responsible for dealing with the dengue outbreak would also have their contact information there. So how funding is going to be seeked for the app is through government funding mostly, because so that, working in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, we will be able to notify everybody because this app targets everybody who could get infected, to everybody, and they would be notified that they should use it, and then the Ministry of Health would be able to let healthcare professionals know that they could check for people who have the app, and then it would be integrated into our healthcare system. So the risk involved. So the feasibility of the app is dependent on the amount of users it has. If only 2 people sign up and use the app, and let's say one of them are infected, then it would only be showing that the other person who uses the app would only get to know if they were in the range of the infected person, or if an infected person doesn't have the app, then they would not get to know that they were in contact with somebody infected. And users may also be hesitant to put their test results into a database and have their location tracked. So these issues can be minimized with proper promotion from Ministry of Health to the general public. They would be convinced. They would convince the public to download the app. Remaining anonymous would be a focus of the app to make sure that the user's personal information is protected, and the location tracking is essential to the function of the app, but the users would be anonymous, so there is no issue of them being tracked down for other nefarious purposes. So yes, that's my presentation.
We'll now have the 5-minute round of questioning.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have a number of questions, but I will specifically deal with the Data Protection Act, right, which is the privacy. I'm sure we all recall the first case of COVID, and when the public outcry about letting us know who that person was, and I'm sure we all recall that. Now, you mentioned somewhere that the app, if I'm getting too close to someone who has an infection, or I will be alerted.
You will be alerted not at the time of interaction with the person, but whenever the database updates and it registered that these 2 people interacted, you will then be given the notification, and then you will be advised to seek medical attention.
And do I put my information, I'm an affected or infected person, am I the one putting in the information onto the system voluntarily, or is that from the Ministry of Health?
Okay,
or
so
health official?
it goes 2 ways, because the Ministry of Health, in order to not get a bunch of false positives on the app, it would have to be a system where the Ministry of Education gets the codes are generated that they are allowed to distribute to persons who are tested positive, and then the person who tested positive would go into the system, into the app, and they would enter the code, and then that would be them putting their information in voluntarily. So
how does your app going to protect persons' personal information? To a point, I still see a violation and security issues, because it then says that this particular area is, I understand the no-go zone or don't go there, but it still violates my personal information. How do you intend to address people like me who would be reluctant to put my information on the app?
Right. So it is all anonymous. So the only thing that is specifically tied to you is your location. And the thing is that the location is updated on it would have to be updated on a like a daily basis to avoid notifying people of like the exact location of the individual being present, so that it protects them, but it also lets those persons who are at risk know that okay, so they interacted with somebody who's at risk, so they would be able to seek medical attention.
Morning. So I have a question. Um, do you think an app like this has the potential to probably create a panic if if you're in a particular area and then you see one, maybe two, or, quite a number of persons, let's say they're tagged as being infectious, and you're there, and then you're in a public location where you have multiple persons seeing those notifications. Don't you think that might cause a bit of a panic in the public?
To avoid this, sense of panic, it would have to be the information would have to be delayed to the users that they interacted with somebody who was at risk, because the same issues of them using the app to like track down people who are infected and probably do something negative. So it would be um on a like a notification basis, where you get the thing that you spent X amount of time with somebody who's infected, and then you should probably get for whatever their infection was.
Okay, so that would depend on both persons who are not infected and persons who are infected to have the app on their phones.
It is, that is one limitation of the app, that it is necessary for both participants, those who are infected and those who are not infected, to get the app so that contact tracing could happen.
Thank you very much, Pandemic Special, for your presentation. And that concludes the morning session of today's competition. We are a bit ahead of schedule, and the final team to present is not here as yet. Therefore, we will be breaking for lunch, which will be served at 12 p.m. Please note, it's at 12 p.m. This will be served on the first floor of this NIS building. The judges will be going first, and then they will be given time to do so, and then the participants would follow after. We would resume the competition at 1 p.m., so please keep that in mind, and thank you very much.
One, and welcome to the afternoon session of our preliminary judging for our open category. The final group presenting this afternoon is Wonder Makers. Please welcome them.
Establishing protocol, judges, media, participants, everyone, good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to say thank you to the judges for having patience with us even though we were late this morning.
Yes, because we did not expect the flow it to flow faster, so I was unaware of the change and everything, and that's why we arrived late. So without further ado, we're about to start with our app. Hold on. Press. Press again. Okay, so the name of our app is the V app, and it is short for the Vinci app. This is an app that could be used by locals, and it could be used by locals, but mainly targets the tourism sector in order to improve the way tourists move in and around the island. Okay. This app is built to give tourists a locals perspective of the island so that they fit right in without being lost or confused. Okay. It uploads all of the island's basic information onto its platform so that you, the tourist, could access it at any time. It was designed by 2 full-time students of the St. Vincent and Grenadines Community College. The app is basically a generated map of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the surrounding islands. You might say Google Maps and other hard copy maps are there before. So why is it better to use hard copy map or Google Maps? Because this app would always give you a real life experience with this country without even having to visit the country. Everything about the app would continually be updated throughout the future, from big public businesses to small scale businesses that sell provisions in a market. To the tourists, the app is completely free to use. They only pay when they make in-app purchases.
Okay, the basic features of the app are: 1, GPS tracker. This is what allows your location to be known to the app so that if you are uncertain as to where your destination is located, you can easily retrieve directions from the app. Secondly, shopping and delivery. If you are a tourist staying at a hotel, probably spending time in quarantine, you might not be able to leave. So the app allows you to select businesses that you wish to shop at and can already have them pre-ordered, so when you contact your pickup service, they won't have to stand in a line to collect it.
The education part, this app lets you know basic information about institutions and businesses like around St. Vincent. So if you don't know, if you're a tourist and you come and you don't know certain things about the island, you can click on that building in the app and it just brings up the basic information about it, probably when it was founded or when it came into being, which is the same thing. But that is basically what it's about. It lets you know what St. Vincent is about.
If you do want extra information, you will have to be redirected to an online site that would show you the business's official page guide. This shows what you need to know about the island, not only directions, but about its people and its culture. This app also has another feature that allows you to link with businesses, service operators, and other apps that were locally created. For example, taxi services and rental services, private and public businesses. This means that you as a business owner could partner with our app and have your business basic information uploaded to the site. And if any information or a more bigger space on the app is needed for your business, you'd have to pay a certain fine to keep it there. This is just a proposed look, the icon of it, the V app in the different colors of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the flag, just to keep it, the culture in it. That is basically the icon that we are going for. And these are the advantages.
The advantages are as follows. This helps to increase the knowledge of foreigners visiting our country. 2, brings income into the island, as well as 3, this app also helps big and small business to at least make money by foreigners seeing their business on the app and buying from it.
These are now the disadvantages because of all the features that the app would have. It would take up a huge amount of space on your device, so that is one disadvantage. And the other disadvantages, which I mentioned before, was the linking with other businesses. If we only on the app have your business basic information and how the app is made, everything about the app would be uploaded with the internet at home. So when you go into town, that you won't need the internet. But when you click on the business, if you want extra information about the business, then you would have to be redirected online, and then you won't be able to get it if you're in town without internet. That is one of the disadvantages. Gotcha. And the next one. Right, explain it. Press the next one. This app would benefit the country economically because the tourists would use the app to purchase items from different businesses, and there would be an increase in the money that is being gained from the tourists. It could also benefit the island by people who have not yet left their homeland could use this app to know more about the country, about the people, about the culture, so that they would see this as a place they would want to put on their vacation destination. They would come to the island. The benefit of the app to the creators. In order for your business to continually be on the app, when it is updated, each business, whether in the private or public sector, would have to maintain paying a monthly fee so that the creators would benefit and the business would benefit also, because their page would be on the app and people would look to buy stuff from them. Thank you.
We would now go into the 5-minute round of questioning from the judges.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So I have a question. What language would the app be available in?
Depending on your country, we'll have a language section. It has a tutorial for us. So it would have the select your language part, and depending on where you're from, if you can't understand English, you'll have the different languages there.
Good afternoon, by the way. Could you elaborate just a little bit on what kind of payments or what exactly would be bought within the app?
Okay, with the app, right? If you're like, as we said, we'll link. Okay, right. We were saying, right, with linking with the businesses, right? Which would have to be done if the app comes into existence. The business would then have their page and like all their items listed there and their deals and what's not. So when they see that, when the tourists go in there, if they do not know anything about that business, they would just use the app and go in there and see what they have, to see if they have what they want. And so when they do that now, they would be paying, because it also has a part where you could pay for your stuff on the business's site. So when you pay for it now, that's how they would be making their money, and you would be paying your money.
So let's say I'm in France and I'm checking out St. Vincent and I see a nice keyring for sale at one of the businesses and I bought that there. What happens then?
Are you asking if we're going to do shipping with it?
Yeah.
That decision has not been made yet. I'm sorry.
But thinking about it, there could be a way to fix that. If, like, for instance, we decide to have a place to link with other apps. So in case like you have shipping and like FedEx has an app, we could link with that app. So when you buy it, it will recognize you're not from the country you're buying and would automatically go into that app and will give you options as to ship to where.
You also said businesses would link with the app. When you say link, is it that you're going to give them a page where they would manage their content, or you're going to manage the content for them?
No, they would be managing it because they would know when their prices change and update. So they would probably have like a tech guy who could do their updating for them, which would be the link on the page. So the person will actually have access to our app, like the settings to change everything. So they would update their thing accordingly. So that's what I mean by linked.
Okay. And in terms of monetization, are you going to charge a fee for them being on your platform, or are you going to make revenue from the sales of items?
Yeah. We would be charging like a monthly fee for the business to stay on the app. So that's why I was talking about the benefit of the creators. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wonder Makers. That brings us to the end of the presentations for today. The the auditors are still tallying the scores. So I ask that you give them a few minutes to do so. In the interim, I would invite the judges to basically advise the groups on how they did today, any improvements you see they can make if they make it to the finals, and so on.
Well, I guess every judge may have something to say. Personally, one of the things that I feel like could be worked on just a little bit more on a general sense is just the presentations themselves. It would be great personally if you don't read what's on the screen to me, if you can just speak to the judges, because it's going to be a race where you're speaking and I'm reading. Do we see who finished first? So if you can do that, that's just a general presentation tip for these kind of things. Use pictures, use one-word short phrases, so I can glance at the screen, see whatever you have there, then focus on you. The attention really should be on the presenter, and the presentation should just be an added benefit. I felt like there were a lot of presentation that kind of lacked some information on the technologies that you're going to use, you're going to implement. Some lacked pricing. Those might be very important. If you make it to the finals, yeah. When you make it to the finals, it's a matter of whose idea is the best and who presents it the best way. So also technologies, that's important. And the cost?
All right, thanks. Well, Sinas touched on a few points that I had myself. But additionally, I think sometimes when you have an idea and you're trying to put forward a solution for it, sometimes, you get a little wide-eyed and you try to include everything. I think sometimes it's better to focus down on the core problem you're trying to fix and then put forward the best solution for that. Everything else can supplement that after. Sometimes some of the ideas seem to get lost with trying to encompass a wide range of things, and the whole idea you're trying to fix gets lost by the wayside because of that. So try to focus on a single idea or a couple of ideas, and then really focus on that and put forward a specific solution, and then you can include other technology and other bits to basically enhance the product.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have research. Research for me is key. When you have identified or brainstormed your idea or your app, do intensive research. And that research should include who you're targeting or your potential market. If you can get a couple of persons to sort of feel out what is going on, that would be good. As well as who potentially can you partner with. You want to have the most conversation with them so that you can present confidently that this is an app that will be beneficial to this particular user or this particular organization. Most times we find persons brainstorm and come up with ideas on an app and they're not quite sure who the exact stakeholder would be. So research, interview, and have a partner that you can work with.
Thank you very much, judges. So we had 12 teams presenting their app to us today. And from that 12 teams, from that 12 teams, 7 teams will advance to the finals. I will now call out the 7 teams that would advance. These are not being called in any particular order. They are the Salvatores, Charismatex, the Watitex, Agri Place, Them Island Boys, LS, and lastly, Wonder Makers. Congratulations to all 7 teams. At this time, I would invite Mr. Joe Riton, the accounting officer, to give the vote of thanks.
Pleasant good evening to everyone. I hope you enjoy this preliminary round of the iCode784 competition. On behalf of the NTRC, I would like to extend our gratitude to all those who aided in making this event a great success. I would like to thank God for allowing us all to be here today. To the participants, thank you for taking part in this year's competition. Thank you to the mentors, as well for guiding your students in undertaking this contest. I also wish to express our gratitude to the judges for taking time out of their schedules, their busy schedules, for doing a wonderful job, awarding the participants for their efforts. Furthermore, we are very grateful for our sponsors and auditors whose support was a necessity in making the competition run smoothly, as well as the caterer for the delicious lunch. I would like to acknowledge the time and effort in our NTRC staff in putting together this and executing this event, and also thanking our social media audience for tuning in and supporting us. Thank you all for being with us here today, and a very special congratulations for those who advanced to the final round. Again, a heartfelt thanks to all, and have a blessed and enjoyable evening. Thank you. That's it.